Okay, hello there everyone, I am back from the break. We are going to have a go at mass producing as many green chips as we can in the rest of the stream. Not sure if we'll make the 20 million, but we're going to give it a go. I don't think we'll get even close, but we're still going to give it a go, see how we do. Let's hop back into the game. We just need to finish clearing out the remnants of our rocket factory before we can start. Still quite a lot of that to go, but let's get going with it. Vague idea of how we're going to build it out, but still need to consult the calculator when we get started. We need to balance a green chip production cell based on yellow belt input or output. If we make it too long, then the resources won't make it to the end, and the cable production is resource hungry, so they won't be very long lines using yellow belt, which is what we will use. The factory will be quite thin and long, I imagine. Resources will stay where they are, and smelting can extend to the west of where it is already if we need more resource inputs. The actual production will be where it was for the science and the rocket, like where we are now. And the output will go up the top and to the west into a mass storage area. Everything needs to be able to expand infinitely, so we can't block ourselves in by designing part of the factory to be below another part. Everything needs to be able to continue in a specific direction without overlapping, so that we can make as much as possible. Need to make, let's call it 13 million. That's quite a lot. $13 million in stacks of 200. 5 stacks is 1,000, 50 is 10. 5,000 stacks in a million. I think it's a bigger number than I'm imagining. 1,000 by 13 is 65,000 stacks. It's a lot of chests. I know we've run out of space. Let's just let's grow this. Get some space by using these up as well. More stone, we got more iron and copper, but can't fit it all in. Start combining a few things. Let's put our rocket silo in here. Chemical plant. Bits of pipe, bigger power. Some space in there still. Some steel in there and plastic in there, okay, and sulphur's got 2 boxes. Let's combine them. Low density in there. Other rocket stuff can go in there. Well, that'll do for now. We'll carry on clearing stuff. So, it's 48 slots at... calculator up, 48 slots at 200 each. Fit 9,600 in each chest. So we need 1,350 chests. Which we've got, just that's how many we need to build and connect with inserters kind of chaining between them, I guess, or some fashion of getting things stored. 1,350. It is a lot. Carry on from where we were. Take a few trips of stripping bits back, running back and forth, but then we need to work up and down the bus to clear that properly. Maybe clear some space over towards the chemical area. Or we could just leave that until we need to, I guess. Try and clear out steel and stone smelters so they're ready to change into whatever resource we need next. It's one thing we won't know is how many belts of iron and how many of copper we're going to have on the line, so keeping them together, spacing them properly is going to be awkward. Don't know, just leave a lot of space and then hope that it's enough. If it's not, rearrange everything at that point, perhaps. Don't know, it's going to be a bit messy. We make like 2 million an hour, which I don't think we can get anywhere near that. And based on what we've done before, rates we've done before, we might get to maybe 500,000 an hour, possibly. Like I say, if we don't get this achievement on stream, I'm just going to leave it going to get it off stream. You know, leave it overnight or something just to get it, because it's not an interesting one. There's nothing special about it or anything. We're just building for the sake of building, and in the next Factorio session, I don't want to be playing vanilla anymore. It's we've done enough of that recently. Time to start a modded run so we can have a bit more fun, a bit more depth to it, a bit more length to the game as well. Two options at the moment. We can like add to vanilla, like a vanilla plus style, to make a big mega base. It's still basically the vanilla materials and goods, you know, just higher tier of machine, higher tier of belt, which would let us build something big but recognizable. Or we do a space exploration run, which adds a lot of new stuff, wouldn't be recognizable as the same kind of progress in game. I'm leaning towards that because it would be brand new for me. I've not played that mod before, so it could be very interesting for me to explore that. We'll see. Need to do quite a bit of research, make sure any mods that I do install for the next run are licensed for streaming. The creators are okay with me streaming it. There's some mods you just can't play on Twitch, so need to be careful about which ones we do install. It's fine, you know, I'll research that before the next session and we'll get something together. Bid out rocket control unit production. It's just rocket fuel production. Clear that out shortly. And we just got to clear out blue chip production, and that's everything up here. May take another trip back to clear the inventory before we can achieve that. Goes. This line needs pulling up as well, which, as low density structures only stack to 10, it fills up very quickly. Very quickly, there we go. Need to empty out. density. Not enough space. Okay, let's get more chests in then. I'll move them forward. Low density in there. Rocket control. Let's take that rocket fuel and give them their own. Green chip, red chip, blue chip. Solid fuel. What else we got? Speed modules. Blue factories we're not going to use. We're going to balance everything on grey ones. So blues can go over there, greys over here. They're full. No, that's not. Put those in there. They're both full. Put that in there. Pipe would probably be best. No, we're not going to be doing any liquids, so that's fine. They can stay over here. Good. Let's go back. Actually, let's clear that copper out. Control there, put more copper there. Okay. Now let's be clearing out as we go that direction. Not going to need sulfur at all. Not going to need plastic, steel or brick. Go tidy all these bits up as well so it's smooth, and then we'll work out what our little cluster is going to look like. The first one in, copy paste it a million times. Maybe we should throw together some robots, they might help. I don't really mind building it all myself, but it could speed it up. Don't know, we're not going to have the materials to like build more is the main thing, so no big deal, but I think we just go the old-fashioned way. Okay, that's filled half my inventory already. There's all the rocket fuel cleared out. Just blue chips to do here, which is big. Not still a lot of deconstructing to go. And a little, of course, some more low density structures still on that belt, which are gonna take a couple more trips because that's not got inventory space to do that. Filled up with sulfur. Halfway in, maybe. Somewhere. Yeah, not much more to go. It's good. We're getting there. Yeah, get the calculator up. Like I say, I'm vaguely aware of how it needs to go. We won't fit many in each cluster. Maybe So the default ratio is 3 cable to 2 green chip, and we might fit like 2 of them on a belt. So 6 making cable, 4 making green chips. Around that. Then, like if they share belts as input, that might change things, and how they move things between them might change things. So, not entirely sure what it's going to look like when we put it together. Just roughly what the numbers are going to end up being. And like I said, it's going to be a very small, little cluster each time we pull off the belt. I did think about starting a new save specifically to do this achievement, but the amount of time we're spending tearing this up is similar to the amount of time it would take to get back through the burner phase, back through the basic research necessary to do something sensible. We've done quite a lot of research already. Things like the inserter size is going to make a difference to us. It just seemed like a better spend of time rather than redoing the start of the game, just tearing this down. Though I would say tearing this down is a lot more boring than restarting the game, or more repetitive at least. Just running around picking these buildings up, throwing them into chests, and repeat a few times. But we're, almost there. A few more trips over to storage and we'll have the buildings out of the way, and then we just need to tidy the bus line up. Be good to go. Now, one thing I can do now that we got that achievement is go back to the permissions and re-enable crafting there. So we are now able to do handcrafting because we have the achievement. We can't take it away from us. We can now handcraft freely. So all them machines, still got a little bit of space. Let's see how much further down the low density belt we can get. Just up to there. Okay, let's go empty. Just got that little bit of belt to clear out, and like I say, fix the bus or tidy it back up, back to just default runs, and then we'll redo where we pull things off based on how the layout looks. So factories, blue factories, chemical factories, pipes. Sulphur's going to need more space. Let's move plastic there and fill that one with sulphur too. Green, red, cable, iron, posts, random red belt. Inserters, those inserters, belt, underground splitter, storage tank, and then yeah, low densities. Okay, back over we go. Definitely could have stopped the production of low density a lot earlier. There's a lot here, a lot more than I thought there was. To 300 already. Takes 1,000 for a whole rocket. There we go, that's all scooped up. So let's start by pulling the plastic line back. And do these pipes while we're at it. They're no longer needed. We'll run along. See how much plastic we can. Plastic at least stacks higher than 10, so get that further. Actually, while we're this far down, let's tidy up the end. Sort out any of these undergrounds on the way over. Work our way back slowly. Grounds here that I'll smooth over. We'll come and sort those out in a minute. Now there's a whole bunch of them together, it's worth a trip to fix them. I'll pull up any plastic bits that pull off the line. Continue taking the underground pipes as we go, because none of those liquids are going to be necessary. Just move them all the way back to the chemical area and to begin with. Maybe later we'll go tear up the whole chemical area as well, because may or may not get in the way, don't know yet. Still a lot of space to go. Might make it back in one trip, perhaps. Come back down and tear up the steel lines as well. The iron lines we've got can be... The iron lines that are currently feeding steel smelting can be brought onto the line instead. Though we don't really have space for them, I guess. We do need to spread this out more. Or we run them down the outside, then when one runs empty we'll cut it in to rejoin. Pretty good option. Just run them in sixes. And the seventh belt can come to the outside and cut in where the sixth runs out. There we go, run out of space. Close, but not quite all the way there. Sulfur line needs cutting back here. It's going to take quite a bit of trips. Plastic low density needs another one. The iron, copper, pipe, belts, and belt accessories. Okay, that should be the last bit where the plastic cuts off. To where the sulfur is, yeah, and he's cutting back too. This might have been faster with robots. Scoop everything up and have them dismantle the belt, but no big deal. Like I said earlier, if we wanted equipment with a roboport in, we'd need to set up black science packs, which we never did. And then we're just at the start of the smelting area now. Just need to make it to the end of that. It's a shorter journey than we've already made. And I think we've got the inventory to make it all the way over there. For now he's going to disconnect it so it's not drawing power that we want to actually use in our machines for making green chips. I think the power will go a long way. We've got 2 whole coal-fired power production cells at the moment. We may need more eventually, especially if we want to get to 2 million per hour and more now. I guess every minute that we're deconstructing instead of making them, we make the target more difficult. Maybe I should have set up just a single cell to do some while I was deconstructing everything. Probably would have been a good idea, but never mind, no big deal. We were almost tidied up. Just got to pull this all the way back and then get the steel sorted out. Must be towards the end of the smelting area because I can see trees. An area that we didn't completely industrialise. Running low on inventory space, don't think we'll quite make it all the way. Yeah, okay, no big deal. Keep taking these until I run out of inventory space for them. Like that, okay, let's go put all this into that storage dump and then yeah. Let's disconnect the iron that's going to steel. That's there. That one. Start. Maybe we can get something picking off. Like I said, I did kind of want some stack inserters. I might set up a quick ad hoc stack inserter production. So that would help move things from chest to chest when we're trying to fill them in with green chips. That's nowhere near enough space for the amount of sulfur we're going to end up with here. Make a little sulfur bit and a plastic bit. Not so much plastic compared, still. Belts underground splitter, and we're off. What does a stack inserter need? Fast inserter needs red. No, we're just not going to use them. Needs the plastic to make the red chips, which can't be bothered. We'll just use fast ones, that'll be fine. I'm gonna cut that back as we go along. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Okay. Now, of course, the stone cells using stone furnaces too. We should upgrade them to steel. Not sure if we kept any spare steel furnaces around. Steel and stone that we put into storage when we clear them out can be used to make more. It's no big deal. Trim these all the way back to that point. These two. We're kind of there. We just want to, yeah, clear this out. Just in case it gets in the way. The rest of it could also still get in the way, all this down here. But I'm hoping we won't need to worry about it. I am going to disconnect the power from it so it's not doing anything. We have to tear the whole thing down, we'll come do that later. Now we can just deal with steel and then, or I guess clearing out the smelting cell that's full of stone, for example, so it can be reused for something different. let it smelt through whatever it's got around. So I'm going to dismantle them and we'll put back the right steel furnaces if we want to use this one. Fine. I'll do. Good enough. And then yeah, steel. Cut these back. Line itself doesn't necessarily need digging up. Actually, that's probably a mistake I made with the stone one. We turn it into a iron line. Bring it to where that iron is, which is this one. And then, yeah, we want to change this around somewhat. Let's scoop up what I can. Let it clear through what's sat there. Just try and flush them out and then we'll replace this line. We don't need to do immediately. Let's get a cell set up with what we've got. No, let's finish tidying up the line where we've got the pull-offs that we don't need anymore. Then we'll set the first cell up. Then we can sort of steel out while we're actually making something. More of that, a bit more of that. Let's use that for steel. Steel. Drills in there. Iron's in there, copper's in there, stone furnaces won't be needed, they're in there. Do have some spare steel furnaces, I'll put them there. Stone brick can go there. Pipe, split up. Good, okay. I need some belt to work with. Smooth over all these. Cut off the bits that go sideways. Like that, all the way down, and then and we'll have a nice clean line, 6 belts of copper, 4 belts of iron, which is a good balance for the ratio that goes into making green chips. Have any inventory space left at the end, we can scoop up as much steel as we want from down here and flush that line ready for turning it into iron. Almost to the end. So the end's got more of these bits where we pull off, I guess, than the start did, so might still have more work of clicking. So this one is. That's all good. We're getting there. Bit of space in the inventory, maybe not enough for all this steel, but we'll see. I didn't bring enough belt to go all the way, okay. There's just that much left to tidy up, so I'm going to strip belt off the end to use there. Might fill the inventory with copper and stuff, but rather than running all the way back in order to finish tidying it up. Use some of the belt from here. See if this is enough. Looks like it will be. Good. Smooth that one over and then see if we can scoop all this steel up. Doubt it. Never mind. We're over halfway back. Maybe a close one. There, I'm just going to cut the line so we don't have to run as far to get the rest of it, which we'll just hop over and do in a second. Steel in there, copper is there, iron is there, that's not enough space, let's just use that one. More steel there, in fact let's bevel them around for the sake of keeping things neat. Not that it's important, it's just an area where we're abandoning everything, but still. You know, I like things neat. Grounds, splitters, belt, okay. Scoop the rest of this steel, finish that job off. Then we'll design what a cell of chip production looks like. Steel is over here. So we're going to need some belt. Going to need some undergrounds, some splitters. Probably more than that. I suppose there's so few splitters there. Fast inserters, possibly long-handled ones. And grey machines is what we're going to be working with. Okay. Can I move that? No, I can't. It needs to be there. So first machine is going to be like there. So let's take a look at what the calculator tells us about this. If we want green chips, I want to know how many factories can I fit on one belt of copper input? Yeah. Which is 10. That one belt of copper input will be turned into 2 belts worth of copper cable, which is important. If you want one belt of copper cable, really, which I guess would be 5 ending factories, which the odd number doesn't work very well. Better to go with 4. But we can split the copper cable actually. So let's say it's 8 or 10. Can split it. The 1, so that's 10, and then that's 0.7 of an iron input. So if you doubled it to 20 and had 2 belts of copper in, like one on the far left, one on the far right, you'd need 2 belts of iron in as well, 1.5, but that is 2. I mean, it's 1.5, but well, you'll see how that goes. That'll produce 1.5 belts of green circuit. So What that means is they are cable and they are green chips. Copper comes in, cable needs to go out on the same side, come around there, iron needs to go there and there. That's copper, that's cable, and that's the cable coming in. And then in the middle you've got the output, which because it's a belt and a half, needs to be like that. If you wanted to keep it at one belt of iron, how would we do that? You'd do that by having 14 factories, which would let you shrink this over by one. That could be there. You'd have one belt of iron in, one belt of green chips out, which go in the middle. So that would be for the cable. Cable comes in, iron comes in, green chips go out, and you have a spare line, which is a bit messier. I think I prefer that first design. Symmetrical, balanced. Just means the output's going to be incomplete. We'll have two lines coming out when it's actually 1.5. Which I guess you could put two cells next to each other and shrink it down to 3. If you wanted 2 full belts, you'd need 30 machines. That would require 3 full belts of copper in, so you couldn't run the copper in, one on the left, one on the right. You need a third line. You need to separate your cable into a third line, which I don't particularly like. I like the idea of 20 factories. With them spread out like that. We can get this to work. So we'll go 10 up. After the 5th one, you need the copper cable to cut in, like early. So I might well leave a gap. Have them like that. That is 20 factories. You then need 30 factories making copper cable. Isn't an easy number to split in half, but yeah, it's not a good factory number to split in half. So we overdo it. Separate them into. No, because the input has to be how it is. You have to have 15. And you have to take half of them. Doesn't work. Can't take half of 15. Can't be done. Because it's 7.5 factories. Can't have half of factories. You can't balance it well like that. 10 to 15, yeah. What if it's 8? It's 8 to 12. So if we intentionally don't consume the entire belt, which is perhaps a sensible thing to do, 8 to 12 then. You'd have 4 and then 4. And 1, 2, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, for example. Or move that one up. Kind of like that look. But yeah, we will need another row of power cables on the top for that one. So they're all cable. They're all green chips. We've got to find a way. Well, we saw that the long-handled wasn't bad for the copper cable with the upgraded insert capacity on it. Can be short one in, long one out. Copper comes in like that. These go in, they need balancing halfway. Don't necessarily need balancing, but it would be sensible to do. Like that. This needs to go under here. They cut in. Yeah, that's right. Although not the ideal way round. It'd be better if they cut in at the front. And iron came out the back. They'll have short one in, long one in. That'll be okay. It won't be like perfect consumption, perfect balance. That's just not going to happen. And this side, short one's out onto splitters. And 2 lines will run north, even though it's 1.5 lines. And we might take 2 cells, combine them down into 3 lines, send that for storage. It's good. That's output. This needs flipping and putting there. This is the point where having robots would be nice, but not necessary. Those are outputs. And then that should just consume half of the copper. 2, 4, 6, less than half. 15 would consume it all. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense actually in my head. The maths on that. So this lot is copied again onto these. They don't line up because it's one gap. This starts below the pole, this starts above the pole, so let's just work them out. It's a short one in, it's a long one out. That goes to that point and then is balanced. Again, it's different, but fine. It just needs to run to there, that one needs to go up. Where do we go across? One away from the machine. Yeah, which is there. That comes down there to that point, but the iron keeps coming up because it's not been fully consumed. Long handled in. Yeah. Short handled in for the cable. That's good. Flip that for this side. Oops. Still, even after all these hours of playing version 1 vanilla, I'm not used to accidentally overwriting my splitters with by running a line over the top of them. Quality of life change that I don't think I'm ever going to get used to. Those are the ins, and then we just need the same outs. Good. Then yeah, that's where that comes out to go into where the storage area will be, up and left. This forest is going to get in our way. Let's clear it out now. And I'm going to run the extra line of power poles all the way over because we're going to need it. And I don't want to forget about it and end up just creating a bunch of ghosts and not getting things powered properly. Take this all the way to the edge of where the power grid currently gets to, and then we'll head back. And we can copy paste that cell now. That's the layout. Maybe we should plug everything in and check it works okay. Need to set up the actual storage area with the 1,350 chests. Wouldn't be too complicated. Need to leave quite a bit of space around each one. Moving like a single inserter might not work. When you run even a yellow belt with a single fast inserter into a chest, it tends to backlog and not run smooth. So we'll have like each one belt coming out of the production might go into 3, 4 different chests. Each of those needs to feed back into a series. It'd be good if they balanced between themselves. I'm not entirely sure we can achieve that. Not entirely sure it matters, but it might. So let's take... Let's plug this in first, then let's go see if we can design the storage facility. So that is copper, iron, iron, copper. We shouldn't need to split it off like this. Yeah, we should, because we rounded the number down a bit. So it's not exactly 2 lines that's going to come off, so we can't just pull exactly 2 lines away. It's copper, this is iron. It's copper again. That's unnecessary. Iron again. Okay. We need to check that the copper cable reaches the last machine consistently. If it's not, it's usually because one of the outputs here isn't outputting properly, like it's hovering above the line for too long. Those 3 are doing okay. They switch to the other side, and these 3... One at the end hovers a little sometimes, but not a lot. Shouldn't be bad. No red errors, so that one is running good. These appear to be running good. Nothing's going red. This side is not working because I've fed them the wrong way round. It's copper, iron, iron, copper in a mirror, not like this. Oops. Let's try that again. Flush these lines out. This one as well. Try and get them fed into this rather than throwing it into storage if I can. Yeah, good. There we go. Okay. Yes, it produces. If both sides produce properly and fast enough, then it will create full belts rather than one-sided ones. So that's good. We need to bring our power network up. Work out how we're going to store all this. So it just needs to be adjustable in that if we put all 1400 in a row.
Doomed!
Oh my god, it's Jazz again. Hello Jazz, thank you for the raid. Lovely to see you. I'm going to try that proper shout out thing. I never do it. Like that. There you go, you get a free button at the top. You can click it to follow. You can even click it to unfollow. That's interesting. Thanks Twitch. Hope you had a good stream, Jazz. Hope you had fun the weekend. Hope everyone else who was watching had fun as well. Had a good time. We're just chilling in Factorio again. You know, it's just something we do now and then. Continuing our achievement runs, we successfully completed the no handcrafting one about an hour ago. Took a bit longer than I wanted, but was still like under 10 hours in total playtime. You know, not that bad. Interesting. Not particularly difficult or anything. So it's cool. Now we're just making green circuit boards, like as many as we possibly can. That's the goal for the rest of the stream. We'll go for another like 4 hours or so. So anyone just wants a chill time hanging out for the rest of the day, then do join us. We're just going to see how many green chips we can make in that time. Target is 20 million. It's in the top left of the screen. I don't think we're going to get there, but we'll give it a go. 20 million green chips is a lot of green chips. Like a crazy amount of green chips. Like compared to the other achievements it asks you to do, it's a weirdly big number. But you know, we're going to give it a go. We just finished designing like a production cell, so it's going to look like this. We're going to copy this over towards the east. What we did was this is the base that we did the lazy run on. So I just tore out all of the production after the rocket was launched, cleared all the unnecessary materials from the bus, and now we've just got copper and iron coming in. This is one block. It uses almost 2 full belts of copper and outputs 1.5 belts of green chips, which I guess we'll find out shortly how much that is per hour. And now we're just looking at how we're going to store it, because if we just leave it like this, nothing gets produced. It's backlogged. It won't go anywhere. The number won't tick up. So we need to get rid of it. There's no like landfill to just go throw it in. So we need to store it in some kind of chest network, which we need 1,350 chests. There's 2.3k in there, so it's 500. That's 1,000. We need that many chests that we can insert it into. And I was just thinking about if we put them all in one long line, then we're going to be inputting at the front faster than it can move it to the end, because we don't have stack inserters. So for every input we're putting into it, we want a separate line, but we don't know how many inputs we're going to put in, so we just kind of can't get it right. It would make some sense to have like a gap, so you'd put some in, but you'd also transfer between them. In some fashion, so if we're only putting in the bottom one, it's still, and that fills up, it would still move them along, I think. Can also see the problem of not having power coverage here. Good enough power coverage. So like that one won't work, I guess. So they're going to be in groups of 3. So that one should go outwards, they should go inwards. Outwards and inwards. Shouldn't We're not going to send them backwards. Storage stack is going to be a nightmare. Yeah. Not sure. Right, so my thought is, like, if we have this long chain, and this one just inputs on the bottom, when this one gets full, it backs all the way up to the start. Eventually this one gets full, and nothing more goes in. So the output from that cell is then wasted. It's not being moved. This will make it go up a row. So if that one's empty, it'll move into there, and then it'll move along to the end, and up again if need be, and down as well. So as long as none of the inserters point to the east, it'll fill them in a more balanced way. Then we'll want long inserters to do the same in the gap in the middle that we can't get through because of the power poles. I think. We are going to need a ton more of the bigger power pole though, which we've got like 25 of. We're going to need way more than that. So steel, copper and sticks. This can make some sticks for us. Put the sticks into there. And I'm just going to grab like a chest of steel. A chest of copper. And that can make a chest full of them for us gradually. So we just need to work out, I guess, how much we can fit. This is actually blocked in by the resources, so we need to fit it in this space, which I don't think it will. Interesting. Can we send it upwards instead? Got some landfills, so we can clear that off, as long as we stay right at the bulk of that water. Yeah, okay. So we're going to need... No, we can't do that. We don't know how many inputs we're going to have. Not important. We create one storage area here. If it's not big enough for all the chests, we create a second one and divert the lines when this one is full, I guess. I'm going to fill into here as much as we can. This would definitely be easier with bots. Like a lot easier. It's kind of worth considering. Yeah, that's what I was just thinking, Jazz. I was first thinking it would make building it a lot easier, but then it would also make storing it a lot easier if the robots just did it. Is it worth it? We'd need to craft up a bunch of science packs, which probably means no. Need... Okay, I'm confused. Logistics robots, that one. 250 red, green and blue. Followed by 500 red, green, blue and yellow. It's not worth the effort trying to get 500 yellow science packs. That would essentially mean rebuilding everything we just tore apart, so I think we just deal with it. Unfortunately. And construction ones would require like researching the armor to put them in, Roboport to equip to it, power generation. then having to rebuild everything to do that. I don't think it's worth in the timescale we're kind of looking at. And I also don't believe we're going to, or we can possibly reach the target in the next 4 hours. Yeah, it could take all that time just to do it. I have a problem then of, and that's fine, that can be done with a short inserter, that's kind of good. That's good. Next one, like that. Don't necessarily need to have the storage available for all 13 million because I can use my inventory to shift large numbers around. We could send all these underground in some fashion and go a bit further. Don't know. Well, as far as I know, this layout's going to fit all 1,300 of them. Doubt it though. We could simplify it, balance it by hand. In fact, when we get back to the start, I've got another idea. Don't need to balance it on every column. Only necessary that it can be moved between columns every now and then. Might make it more complicated, but you could fill those rows in. Have these go down, fill a couple more rows in, have them go up. Then you need another couple rows in. Remove them to balance that down. Move that one to balance that up. Over distance it would allow everything to move everywhere and fills in more of the gap. I think that's good. Adds greater density of whatever these things are called. Gonna need these poles. Might as well start. Like I say, I'm not sure how many inserters per belt. Easy to just do that. And the next cell over is going to combine. This is only 1.5 belts, so the next one over combines and turns it into 3, which is nice and neat and tidy. Well, I guess we've got inputs for them as well. Think about that. Need the poles over them. Stack inserters would have been good, but just didn't do them in time, I guess. That needs to go there. Ah, that's the problem. Okay, I see the problem. Can't get them past that point from that one. No, won't grab it from the air. Which is a shame. And there's no way around that. No, okay, fine. You either don't balance them, or, I'm being silly, we balance them at the end. They don't need to be balanced as they go. Just need to not backlog. If you balance it at the end, it won't. Now we've got enough inserters to do this as well. Just down the end here we want to leave a little space. And sure each one can go, so cut that short. Yeah, not really. Come out of that one, that one, that one, that one, and that one. That takes them out. Then they need to get back into the other ones. Move them up, but then those lines end earlier. Sends them up, but doesn't send them down again. We're going to worry about that when it backslogs, I think. Let's just start filling it in for now, and we'll come sort something out when we need to come sort something out. In fact, the simple solution, just thought, we all output onto a belt that goes in a big circle. And they just need to no, that's not as simple as I thought it was. They're outputting there, so let's output like that instead. Then they need a way back in. No, that doesn't work. Nope. Interesting, at least. I'm sure I'll have a brainwave at some point on how to do it. That'll just be solving all the problem. And as long as that comes before we fill everything in, it'll be okay. Send them all up, okay, I guess. Which might be enough. They might not need to go up and down because we're starting at the bottom. I just ran back without building. That was silly. Let's fill this bottom row in and then let's get another cell done. Also want to look at the input speed of it because it might be that we can't get 3 belts, 3 inserters, 3 chests is insufficient to clear through the production speed, I imagine. Might be each belt needs to go into 2 or 3 chests. 2.5. Kind of nice if 3 belts went easily into 5 chests, but it's 5, right? No, it should be 6. If we're not flicking between them, I can put another row at the top there. Okay. Need more inserters, obviously. It's not bad movement, it's about half the belt. Interesting. So flick that one up. Put it on 2. Don't want to do like that, I want it that, like that. See how that goes. Or we split the line, I guess that's... yeah. Something like that. We'll see. Let's grab a whole bunch of inserters and then get the next bit set up. Just gonna empty this random iron ore out. Throw that random wood in there. Grab a bunch more inserters. We don't have enough there. No big deal. Let's grab all of this. Big sandy rock is in the way. Let's go chop that out of the way then. This one's set up and then see how that goes, getting that in as well. Should be able to do 3 cells before we need to look at putting more resources in. 3 cells will take a little under 6 belts. And 6 belts is what we got. The little inserters, then try and get these all the right way around. Those outputs, those are inputs. Those are inputs. Those are outputs. Good, that's just the belt. Any more undergrounds yet? These ones between. Side. That's that side. Gonna run out of belt, I think. It'll be a close one. You see the left side, that green stuff is flowing. Like the belts shouldn't be full because it's not 2 full belts. So you should see those gaps on it. Suggests that things are being put away quick enough. So it could be 2 inserters per belt. So yeah, like I say, 1.5 would be nice. Now there's all them. Let's plug in the connection. Try and get it right this time. Copper on the outsides. On the insides. Should do the job. So we need to connect the output of this up with the other one. So those 4 lines should combine down to 3 very well. then like that's looking like overkill maybe. So those 2 lines might work on 3. So 1.5 lines works on 3 inserters. 2 lines would need maths. Calculator. Two full lines. Yeah, that's going to confuse the hell out of me. I'm never going to get that maths right. Do too many and walk away. Yeah, it's a sensible option. So we know 1 isn't enough for. I mean, that's 3/4 of a belt. Yeah, 1 isn't enough for 3/4 of a belt, but 2 is too much. Is 2 still good if we fill the belt in? That's the next question. We turn these 4 into 3 and give them 2 each. So what I'm going to do is combine them down here before leading them in. I need more belt. Okay. Should split a splitter. That's a little complicated. How do you turn 4 to 3? Top belt's 3/4 of a belt, so at that point we're turning 1.5 belts into 1 belt, which obviously doesn't work, but if we do that, it's not a problem. Possibly. We'll see how it flows. That's enough to look at it for now. There's a bit of a backlog that needs to clear through, but if it's not clearing through, that's a sign of a problem. Because yeah, that's like seemingly not enough. A full belt needs more than 2 inserters. Again, we're not. Oh, I thought we were 1 away. We're 2 stages away from increasing it to 3 per grab, but we're not going to get that done for sure. It's not really shifting at all. That's not going to work. I mean, I can manually flush it, can't I? See if it starts flowing. Pretty sure it's going to backlog up and we need to do something different. See how it goes. Okay, for now let's just also check while everything's running at full speed. Doing 1.6k a minute. 9,600 a hour, which is maths again. Here we go. Yeah, like a fraction of what we need to do. If we're doing like approaching 100,000 and we need to be doing like 2 million, we need this 20 times over. Which is fine, like placing the buildings to do this 20 times over. Just means we need 20 times 4, almost, well, I guess just over 80 lines of copper. Or around 80 lines of copper, which means smelting 80 cells of copper, which is, yeah, like, not going to happen. We can try, but I don't believe so. That is backlogging up just, but it is. Yeah, 2 is not enough. Okay, fine. 3 is probably overkill. So what can we do? We can leave it how it was before. Don't combine these, for example. They were happy like that, so we do the same with these ones. That one needs to come up further to there. That's okay, it's not necessarily a problem at all. As long as that backlog there clears through, which should. We'll see. Just going to extend this one all the way down. Start filling in the rest of this, see how many chests we can fit in this area. Let's extend the power over the whole area first. And remove any rocks, I guess, trees, whatever we find that's in the way. I haven't looked actually on power consumption, so only things running are the drills and the production cells. We're at 32, so the drills are significant, I guess. Yeah, 13. We'll be close to needing. So once we've used all the resources we've got, we have to expand mining. That's probably the point where we need to expand power production as well. Number in the top left hasn't moved off 7.2 million yet. Kind of annoying. Hoping to see it tick up gradually. Okay. Little rows of 6 inside each. Go back to the inserters after, just going to do all the chests for now. Best not to throw them all over the place like that. think they might all fit. Obviously got this balancing issue. Still. Equally, I guess, yeah, I don't know. Don't know if we are going to fill them all in. Might not be all of them. Don't know. I think my maths is correct, but it isn't. Though I don't know. I did say it would take. The point where we started making the rocket, I said it would take 50 minutes to launch it, and it took 50 minutes dead on, really. I'm starting to understand some of the ratios, just before we finish up with vanilla and they all become irrelevant. So actually placing these out a lot quicker than I'm expecting. Layout might be too big. Be very surprising. There we go. Okay, so we can move these ones over. Maybe cut it a bit shorter. How interesting. See how far short we are and then try and guess how much to cut off the end to square it up. Not that it needs to be square. We only have input at the bottom at the moment. I do like squares. Okay. Also want one more to fill that corner in. Not much more, maybe up to this line. I guess. Didn't think. We need 1,350 chests. We need 1,350 inserters. Will be the same. Don't think we do have that many. Might do. It'll be close. It's pretty close. 1, 2, and a bit. Leave that bottom row as it is, I think, and that'll be that. That's all flowing in pretty good. None of the machines have stopped or are like waiting on their output or anything like that, so this is good for inputting into this storage. Now we just need to fill it up. Perhaps be more methodical with this. If I miss one of the inserters, could cause a problem. That's enough rows to put our next cellar production in. So let's go do that next. We're carrying everything we need, but we'll start building and then go refill whatever we need in a sec. Not enough machines, okay. One short. Those are inputs. Long-handed ones are outputs. Whoops. Those are all inputs, yeah, and the outputs on the other side. Good. That's all the inserters. Good, let's do the splitters. Oops. Now they should be priority right. That wrong earlier. Doesn't seem to have hurt it, but still. Those undergrounds as well while we're here. Good. V-splitters, then belt. Try not to overwrite the splitters like I constantly do. Almost those to plug in the inputs to, which I'm expecting to leave us with very little copper, but there's still quite a lot there compared to what I'm expecting. Maybe reducing it to 12 instead of 15's more substantial. A fifth, I guess. It's quite a lot. That's a copper. That's an iron. That's an iron. lots of copper. Run out of splitters, okay. Have I got any more in the chest? Some. 50, okay. Don't need this anymore. Move them up here just in case we do need any more medium poles. Go live in there. Tidy up a few more of these bits and pieces we ended up with. We want more splitters, which need a whole bunch of stuff. Let's work it out. Just clear sticks away, random stuff. Yeah, so splitter. I need more machines. Just remembered. Doesn't need gear, but it does because you need to make belt. Gear into belt. Iron and electronic circuit. Needs copper cable into circuit. I'm going to feed it the copper. That needs... Oh. That needs ironing. That needs ironing. You just need to get copper cable into that one. Which I'm going to do from the random copper we got up here. I'll make some, I guess. Hero boy, hello. Nice to see you again. Hope you're doing good. We might fit another cell in. Like a whole one, perhaps. Before we run out of copper, I mean. We shall see, I guess. That's good, so they're plugged in, they're going to get put away. Do want to just square off the end with this one extra chest. Get some more inserters filled in. While we're walking here. We can check the production again. See what we're making now. Should be just shy of 150 a minute. 150,000 a minute. Got the inserters on me. I think I will finish the top row as well. In theory, with these inputs, we could do another 3 cells. After that, we'd need to, don't know, work out some other way of inputting stuff. You're doing good enough. Okay, well that's good. Good to be doing good enough. How about me? I'm good. Yeah, doing alright today. Thanks, Hero Boy. My persistent cough that I've had for weeks is, I mean, it's still around, but it's getting a lot better. Bothering me a lot less, which is nice. Just about enough, I think. Might need some more inserters to do the next cells. I'm not Not sure if there were any left in the chest or I took them all. I don't think I took them all. I'll have a look. What is that? A full chest. How exciting. Are they all flowing? Looks like it. Good. 2.9k a minute, 2.8k a minute. That fluctuates ever so slightly. How weird. Between 2.8 and 2.9. Weird. Still, let's call it 2.9 if it's close to that. 174,000 an hour. We won't even break the 8 million by the end of the stream in that case, I don't think. Let's try plugging another one in. It looks like we've got 2 whole belts still available, so we should fit another cell in without hassle. Just going to clear the things up here that are going to be in the way of the output. Definitely not going to get the 20 extra cells put in at all, I don't think. Like I say, the point is we'll do as much as we can in this stream and see where we get to. I'm not going to go on like a mad rush to try and achieve it. What naturally occurs if we just focus on making as many as we can. Could pull some resources aside to turn some of these into tier 2 ones. If there's capacity for a 1/5 increase in speed. We couldn't change them all over because that's 50% increase in speed. Probably not worth fiddling with. An extra cell is easier to manage from a resource input point of view. At least until we run into a dead end. Feel like I need to put ASMR in the tags. It's not my intention to make it ASMR like. Not really my cup of tea, don't tend to enjoy it, but glad people find the streams relaxing and soothing. Nice to be able to offer that. As long as you don't, well, I was going to say as long as you don't fall asleep, but if you want to fall asleep, then go ahead. As long as you don't accidentally fall asleep while watching the stream. So that's all the inserters. The only thing about missing the ghost with the splitters is it then erases the output priority, so I have to open the interface and put it back in. I was kind of happy earlier when I was looking through mods for Factorio, ready for what comes next, and I found someone made a mod like Bob's Inserters, but with a license that allows streaming. It's not quite the same, I don't think it does all the same things, but I was quite upset that I wouldn't be able to use Bob's Inserters, but Looks like there might be an alternative that's good enough. Softwise flawless, maybe. Fine by me. Some point we'll add a game onto the schedule that's more active. You can see if I can put you to sleep while we're playing Call of Duty. All the belt, if I missed anything. No, looks good. Let's connect up. Short of underground now, that might be a problem. Tray round. Copper on the outside. Put the game volume quiet enough here. The way that I balance my audio for the stream, you've got the game audio and the music quieter than I do. So I balance everything in my ears and then reduce everything that isn't me by about 10 decibels or something. So yeah, I feel even the louder games, if I'm in the heat of it, it wouldn't be as loud for you guys at least. Could be more relaxing. Yes, the kids getting nap time. Well, I've not got kids of my own, but it's the favourite thing when I go to see my niece and nephew. They do want stories reading. That's what I was expecting to kind of see. Empty belt there. We might not have enough for this cell. Be interesting to see the output. We'll see, we'll see. Let's line them up. You can see why. I hear why, yeah. We're connecting, oops, 2 lines. So there's one more cell plugged in. Seems to be getting enough copper to do what it's supposed to. This bit here running so empty suggests we are at the limit. And then the iron line is very empty around here. Still, it looks okay. I think given that a bit of time, we might find it is running short, so we'll need to feed in more resources before that cell we've just built. Do need to get some online. Let's grab these. Let's random stone we got from demolishing stuff out of the way. plug in an extra iron pretty easy. Still need to flush these through. Got an empty inventory, we can try that now. That's fine, a few more bits to grab. Come back to it. Why don't we just scoop these? We can come back to them later as well. Opens 3 spots to add more iron pretty easy into where iron already exists. Copper, we can do the one where stone used to be. Could do this last steel. Or we just need to add new ones down the end. Ratio is 2 copper to 1.5 iron-ish. So for every 3 iron we're doing 4 copper. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Let's convert this last steel to copper. Inventory's full, of course. It's fine. Go empty it and then come back and carry on. Pick up our drills while we're over there. We will connect 2 more copper, I guess, into those smelting cells that are ready for them. There's drills. Let's just take what we got. There's enough there to do 2, just, which is good. One sleep bed isn't made because sheets are still drying. Well, you got spares. You can have whatever. Go find them yourself. You just have to stay up longer, I guess. Let's put the smelters into these gaps ready. Don't have the money for... Yeah, fair enough. Clear all of these smelters out of the iron that was producing steel there. We'll try and run some copper in. May need to tap a new copper source a long way away because I think might fit just 1 more on the local copper patch, not both. Real trick is not to wash them. Yeah, true. Now let's take these drills, they're going to waste here. Oh, we've ticked up in the top left. We're at 7.3 million now. Progression. Wasting water, yeah. This one's run out. That one won't last very long at all. We need 3.7k, that's something. 23k, that's better. Let's put 2 there, remove them from that patch while we're here and walking past. I don't think we're going to get 30 on the corner of that. No. Okay, so we need a new patch. Options are the ones to the far right. the long journey over. One on the left is potentially we would build over it if we keep expanding, so probably avoid that. One up north, or one, probably this one, 98 million to the west. Run it down and over. Let's take a radar with us. Or we can handcraft one. Need to get used to being allowed to do that again. Let's run our power connection over here. Then remember to increase our power when we get back. We're close. Won't affect smelting, just a few inserters involved in that. But it will affect these drills. Sheets smell like vinegar, it's not a good sign. Doesn't sound like a good sign. Cover this whole patch and then see what we do. I mean, we don't have to build in 30s really. We did that for keeping ratios correct, and they never seem to be spot on anyway. And we did do some mining productivity research actually, so we could perhaps run in multiple lines and split off them in that fashion rather than specific 30s. I think that might be best. Just need to know how many multiples of 30 we've got to know how many lines of belt to run into the base. I think we didn't bring that many drills. What do we got? Got 92, so if we build all of them, we'll need 3 lines. That's pretty simple to do. Checking these don't overlap with that iron. It looks like we're good. Yeah, all the way up. Actually, I shouldn't put more than 30 in a row because that would then need more than one belt in that row. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13. That one's good. Yeah, it could be. Yeah, oh, interesting. Diabetes, yeah. No idea what my sheets smell like. Never really noticed. Do with making it 30 in each so we don't need to add more. That one's going to be 30. Add more, I mean use splitters to balance it off. It gets complicated. Just add 2 more to this one. 1 more at the top, yeah. Some more to this end one. Lurking, no worries, hero boy. Enjoy your lurk. 5k, last a while. I don't have that command, but I did set up a new command that you'll find very useful. That tells you all the commands that exist. Yeah, that's around 30 as well. Not a huge fan of the lurk command in general, in that I can just say it to you. We talked about this before. It's about the type of games I'm currently playing. There will come a point where I play games where I can't, and then I'll probably think it's quite valuable. But at the moment, I didn't put one in. Run out of belt. Oh dear. Okay. Need to run back and get some belt, then run back over here to connect this all up. Oops. We need to juggle these around. Actually, let's get this stone out of the way. Maybe in the way. That stone in with the other stone. Still got more. Can live there instead. Background play while you make bed. Yeah, no problem, hero. Let's take some more splitters. We do need to add. We added the row of iron, so we need to add the splitters to feed that in. While I'm here, then we're going to grab some belt. There's quite a shortage of iron now, weirdly. Wasn't running out before, now it is. Bit weird. Oh well. And the copper supply at the end is... Oh, it's because it wasn't getting iron. That's why it backlogged. Okay, that makes sense. If it gets the iron, then it'll be okay. So if we're feeding... It's interesting though, if we're feeding 6 lines of copper, we should need 4.5 iron. We only have 4. Okay. So adding that extra iron has fixed that problem. Let's grab all the belt. Why not? Make more drills, make more everything. Okay, so yeah, if we're adding another 2 copper, we need to add another 1.5 iron. We've got the extra half already, so we need to plug in another iron. Will be necessary. Fine, there's space for that. It's then beyond that that we get a bit awkward with the layout. The next iron won't fit next to the iron. If we need it. I think we will need it. We want like 2 more cells to feed all the inputs neatly, and that could be the end of that, basically. Leave it running to get to the number, because it's going to take a long time. 20 million. Okay, we need to divert these differently because we're building on the right, so this one's now going to come all the way over there. This one's going to come all the way over and there. Music says it's finished the playlist, and last time it played up, let me check it. No, this time it has genuinely finished. Play the next one, there we go. Feeling a bit weird earlier, I guess. It's behaving itself now. That one's going to read over here. This one into there. That one's going to go into there. Let's bring that down. Bring that down as well. These over this way. Something doesn't quite seem right about that. Oh, because I bought 3 extra lines to feed into 2 extra smelters, of course. Top one's actually going to be unused for a while, until we build another cell on the end of there. That's fine. Oh, we're doing? We've got a power shortage. Okay, let's get bits and pieces together to fix that. And while I'm here, I'm going to move that one over. Should now feed into here. Big power. Oh, and these need clearing so that they can smelt. Good. Clear this out. Oops. Not like that. Some random copper ore there as well to clear that out of here. This needs connecting. Need more power. Mustn't forget. That one's going to go into there now. That one's going to go into there. Move them all down. Inventory with copper in the process. Wonder if I've got enough belt. Got a whole other chest full, but still. Okay. That's a new line running under there. Ah. I need to leave a gap for power poles. Don't need to, because I don't need power poles, but I think it would be best to. Yeah. Inventory full. I'm just going to make a mess on the floor. Clear out some of the belt building this and then go pick that up. I didn't put the radar out there. See if I can cover that mining patch by putting it out here. Kind of, but at this point I might as well run all the way. And we still have a power supply issue. Need to fix. But there we go. Radar's helpful. Scoop up that copper, build these lines over. Grab the stuff we need to make some boilers. Let's craft the engines that we can afford right now. Half of the ones we need. It's the first split off. Let's stop this because that'll do us for a while, and should be using the resources to make green chips, not splitters. There's some copper into somewhere. Steel can go away as well. And the wood and iron. And I need some iron to handcraft what we're after. Another 5, 10, 15, 20 of them. Stone furnaces. I want 40. 40? No, we don't. want 40 engines, and I've queued that up. We want 20 boilers. The rest of them back. We'll want some pipe and some underground pipe. Just grab what we've got, deal with it, and then inserters. Could take the old ones and use them. Okay, that's fine for now. I'm just going to put mining drills and furnaces away because we're not going to use them for a minute. So these need to... that's interesting, isn't it? We want to filter them in, but I guess that doesn't quite work, so let's not. We know after the third pull at least 2 lines have been cut. So at this point, between the third and the fourth, let's go with there. We can feed these 2 extra lines in and not continue them, in theory. We put that... we need to do it for 2 lines, so let's spread them out, actually. Kind of want to get this really even. How far is that? 74, so it's 26. Have them like that, so we'll do one there. One there. It'll be close enough. That line's just going to run in there. That one in there. Yes, if we're doing one line at a time, we could have done them behind. And if we force them all the way left, it's been taken out on those 3 lines, is filled by those 2 lines, I think. Pretty sure, not 100%. Each of those is taking 4/5 of a copper line. 3 of them are taking 12 out of 15, 12/5, which is over 2 whole belts. So yeah, 2 whole belts can then get fed in, and that overall is the equivalent of 8 belts, but we don't actually have to run the extra 2 any further. What was next? Power. Let's go expand power generation by another cell. Should allow for 2 more production cells, maybe. With the drills as well, maybe not. That won't be helping. That is a shortage of coal at power generation. We need more drills. That will be really not helping. So that means the coal we're pulling from here is insufficient for the power we're using, and more drills there have run out. That needs fixing, really. That needs fixing as well. Don't know what happened there. Coal is getting onto that line. Where from? Made a mess at some point and it needs tidying up. How did coal get mixed on there? I was juggling things around, maybe. Possibly. Yeah, we need to tap more coal to go into power. Those are hard to get to. Can we do this somewhere else, somehow else? Generate power down here instead. There's a lot of coal available if we strip out the old chemical plant. Yep. Nothing that I haven't already grabbed. Radars, perhaps. You like radars? Let's head down there and see. Strip out the old chemical plant and refill it with whatever. You gotta go, hero boy. No problem. Thanks for stopping by. Nice to see you. Scoop all that coal up. Hopefully that's problem solved. The other ones all look okay. Should be fine. Remove the power entirely, I can strip down the other one and move it over. Because I can't take it out if we have a shortage, so I need to build 2 new ones down there, not 1 new one. Let's get the stone to do that. And we'll need more drills than that, I guess. Stone. 10, 15, 20. Put them back. We want the offshore pump. Nice, I saw that. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40 of them. Now we can deal with what pipes we need. Spare iron. Get there, start disassembling stuff. We'll just throw down some random chests down there to throw stuff into. Copper supply there's doesn't look enough. Oh, that's probably because we're short of power, would be my guess. Silly me. To bring this power line back down close. Don't actually want to connect these things yet. We want to tear them all up. Throw the chests down. Over by the water here. Not a lot of what's going to be kind of awkward getting what we need. Oh well. Put them there like that. Pull all this up. Don't know actually how many, it's worth knowing how much we're tapped here. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20. It's 30 there, that's not enough for 2. Worth knowing. Guess we'll tap 30 for each one. Just to be safe, it's a full, 30's a full belt. Could be that we weren't generating enough power and that caused the mining to slow down sufficiently to cause a problem. It's not necessarily the coal that's the fundamental problem, but it still isn't enough if that's caused it to run short. I want to pull up those belts yet because they're so covered in coal and don't have space in the inventory for that, so we'll get them up in a while after we clear some more stuff out. Some more stuff lined up and built. Need to take the power grid away because the power generation doesn't fit on the square grid properly. Slightly different layout. – full. Let's dump off. I mean, we've picked up all the refineries, we can throw them in. Refineries and chemical plants can go in there. Temporarily dump all of our belt to make space. Again in a second. Pump jacks can go in there too. Kind of it. Deal. Almost torn it all down. A few more machines left. Can be put in. Maybe we've got space for the coal now. Let's scoop all this up as well. And the sulfur and the plastic and so on. Yeah, be alright. Few bits, there we go. Good. The first block laid out. Just need to pick whether we're feeding coal in the top or the bottom. I think we'll go with the front. The pump in as far over. Let's throw extra random stuff we don't need in here. Chemical plants, that's what I was thinking of. And then coal, sulfur, plastic. Can't take all our belt back. Let's build some stuff in first then. Bring enough materials to make enough drills. Never mind. Make another trip. We need to go dismantle the old one anyway at some point. Let's build it and then try and line it up. No. To line up the first power point at the right distance. Let's bring this over earlier. Bring it down here. How does it line up? Oh, I can't see because we've not got enough power to do the radars. We've stalled out badly. It's not going to help our target to get to 20 million. Oh well. If it's like that and a gap, they end up overlapping one. Yeah. That's good then. Just move this over. Hopefully there. Yep, just need to move it forward one. Be nice and neat at least. First one, and then the others will be however we can pull them off the water, I guess. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. water is supplied. Let's do some burner inserters to ensure it gets fed. Always generally like the idea of doing that. Not sure adding this is going to be enough to kickstart things anyway. If they've completely stopped the radars, then the drills making the coal are probably stopped. Means we're not adding a cell. Okay, there's where the coal is going to come in. I will do a set that is burner inserters, like the whole lot. No, that's not. That's pointless unless you've also got burner drills. Which we don't. And won't. May have to hand mine a bunch of coal to get things up and running again. Bit awkward. There's a power grid in place. I'll get the first 30. And 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Four, 11, 12. Like these ones. 13, 14, 15. There. Let's grab that coal I picked up. Kickstart some of these, see we can get things flowing at all. Right, that's not right, is it? That one needs to go back. No, that's it. That is correct. To power the inserters. Goes there. There you go, in the usual place. Some coal coming in. That's not right, they need to overlap. Few rocks here that are going to get in the way, let's dig them up. This one's already quite far away from the water now, it's not great. I mean, they can be at quite a distance. It's only the last machine might struggle to get enough. The others pulling so much away if you go a long way away. We can pump, put a pump on the entrance to the boilers. Could help. Could prevent that. Let's build this one in. add the drills we do have available and then head back and get more. They're going to be there. Yep. Wheeler going there. Not like that. There. Yeah. I need the little bits of pipe in between each of them as well. Mustn't forget that or they won't run. There, then let's at least leave as much space as that. Let's leave the maximum amount. Get around that corner. Offshore pump there. There's water, so yeah, just inserters. Don't have enough of the old ones. Can make a few more? Why not? Old ones have lower power draw. Very small difference on their own, but over the course of 100 or even 1,000 inserters, using the yellow inserters where you can get away with it makes sense. Here we ought to be able to. Our coal supply is good enough this time. There's 2 up and running. We should pick up our pumps when we come to put the other ones in. We can put them around the other side or whatever, but no, kind of easier to put them together. And yeah, let's put in the drills we've got just to make sure we've got good supply here. Which we want to... guess we want to move this over actually. That one's go there, that one's go there. Good. We have sufficient power to run whatever's running in the base currently, so let's go tear up the other 2 and move them down here. Get them on the safer coal supply. The more stable one. Still have a copper ore line coming in we're not using, and we've got 3 iron lines not connected at all. It's kind of interesting. Let's take these up while we're here. Keep the place a bit tidier. Still want a lot of belt on me, but we'll leave a little bit behind. I didn't put radar down over there, should have done that. No problem, can do that when we head back. Probably just want to grab some iron, craft some more drills. That 2, so it's 5. That finishes off the 30, so ideally I guess another 30 would make me happy. Getting 20, 30. Really have enough space in my inventory to dismantle the 2 power cells up here, so we do need to leave some more belt behind. Leave some inserters behind. Don't need all them, do we? We're not using the blue ones down there, so let's leave them here until we're back to do more with them. Bigger power poles also not needed anymore. Probably using a hell of a lot of power on these inserters here. That'd be interesting. It's a very simple base. There's only 6 things drawing power. Few radars, few older inserters. 22 megawatts of fast inserters. Yeah. We could have done that with regular inserters. Would have slowed the input on the right hand side, but never mind. No big deal. Just almost twice as much going on inserters than on the actual production building, and a majority going on mining. Makes sense. Okay, so dismantle these drills over here. One, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. $29.30. Craft 1 less, so we've still got multiples of 30. The old burner one, I think I'm just going to leave it there. It'll run out of fuel, and it won't run out of fuel because it's self-feeding. Okay, fine. We'll throw that into a random chest that we figured about here. So I think we've got enough inventory space. Guess we'll find out shortly. These dead iron mines on the right ought to be filled, because it does mean that they're not outputting a full belt. Complicated though, because they're feeding different directions. There's not really anywhere else to put them. I think it might be more sensible if we put a balancer in here. Although 7 to 7 balancer is not one I want to build. It's this one on the right that's most dead. Just make sure that's included in a 4-lane balancer would be okay. I mean, the leftmost ones here aren't even being used at the moment, so it's kind of an okay idea to pull them in like this. Now I've got a bunch of iron ore I want to just throw somewhere. That won't, it's still not the right number of drills, so it doesn't fix the problem. But it improves the balance a little. We don't necessarily need every iron line to be dead on, because I've been talking about it being 1.5 lines, but the calculator actually says 1.4 lines. There is a little room for manoeuvre. Let this burn through the last of this coal and all the bits away when it's done. Could make those iron lines run a bit straighter after we take this away, but don't particularly need to move them, so kind of leave them. Yeah, so we get the achievement when all of these chests are full. So far we've got 12, maybe 25 full ones out of the 1,350. I think it's going to take a while still. Going to need to replace these blue ones. There are 20 there, so we need another 12 yellow inserters to do that. And one more to replace that. Well, we'll just use that burner inserter, I guess. Either here or there, really. It should still be low enough. I don't know what caused power to run out. You have some backlogged machines now, I guess, that are not actually running at this point. That doesn't look healthy and doesn't look correct. Interesting. This I would expect to see. It pulls off almost an entire line, the rest comes over. The second line is moved in here, and I would expect to see those two part lines being on the inside, not spread like that, but there we go. Same happens here. A line is pulled off and then there's a part line left. Then this line is fed all the way in. That line is fed all the way in. Why is that? Oh, and it moves the empty ones over. Okay. Ah, I see. At each of these breaks, it can only move one whole belt, because each point is only one whole belt. It's interesting. So here it pulls the line off. There's an empty one there, two full ones, three empty ones that have all moved over. Another full one is pulled off, so you get two empty, the full, three empty. Here that full one's pulled off, so you've got 5/5 reaching this point, which are going off. 5/5 is a belt. Well, it's not coming off complete. It is coming off. Might need to do a balancer here in this region to bring them together before they come off. That means that at this point there's no copper. There is some, I can see it, but statistically there should be none. This line on the right hand side isn't complete, and yeah, this top bit isn't running, so we are actually short a copper supply. The copper line needs running in. We've got the ore for, but we need to build the smeltery for. That's the next job after we've moved all this. Means to add another cell of production. We need to add another 2 lines of copper. Let's change how we bring them in. Yeah, might look at that. When we bring that extra line down, might look at how we filter it in to push it into the empty line rather than specifically to the end. Yeah, maybe a balancer of some kind to push the parts together. I would expect that to happen at the next... I would expect it to happen at the next point where it pulls one off, but it can't because it's pulling a whole belt off. That does make sense to me. So we just need one of those bits where we have a row of splitters that prioritise left. Just need to add one of them in the middle of nowhere for no reason, and that will bring all the parts together, which will help us visualise where we're short. Maybe we should just turn the entire bus into splitters. There's no actual belt, it's just all splitters that prioritise to the inside. Bloody expensive, but it would keep everything on the inside. Not that that really matters, but this coal is coming in on that line. This is where the problem came from. Trace it back, find out why. One of these is overlapping. That one and that one are overlapping. It hasn't changed, so it must have always been that way. That I can rebuild without it overlapping. That one I can't. There's nowhere else there, so we need to add another one. That'll do. Not perfect, but there we go. Oh, and that could be replaced by one there. Those three could fit three there if we move this belt. Bit silly, but there we go. Two, three. Go like that. Finish tearing up the last bit of this power. Go down and reconstruct it. Then we'll come back and look at the copper supply. Yeah, it's all good, fine. Run all the way back to the southwest. I still have, no, don't have any steel furnaces on me, so that's what we'll need after we're done with this a little bit. Okay. Where are we going to put this? Am I going to turn the corner? Do one more and then turn the corner. So that pole out. All that should fit like so. A few dead trees to get out of the way, but that's fine. And a rock. Power poles put in. Good. Boilers. Engines. Little bits of pipe. It's all connected, good. Okay, belt needs to run down the middle. So it does need to feed them. Move that to the end there. Yeah, try and connect it to a pump over here. That the water reaches the last boiler in the line. Okay. That far of a journey. The pumps are very strong in Factorio in this version at least. I think they used to be weaker. Let's connect that up. Feel like I'm forgetting something. Nope. Let's look at the next one. So actually I want to move that pump, if I may. Probably this one too, to be on this edge. That one's going to run into there. Run alongside and join there. Do a little wiggle. Then yeah, not entirely sure how to join them squarely. Connected to that, somehow these trees might be in the way, so let's clear them out and then we'll do a copy paste and see. Line it up if we turn the corner. Much closer to here it can be. Okay. Yeah, we want to pull that off differently. Go under there, we can bring that over, or it's probably the best bet. Yeah. Right like that, but I can line that up. Yeah, like that. Perfect. Try and get these poles in the right place. A bit hard to see among the ghosts, but we'll get them. Right, that one was right, it just looked a bit off. And those ones are wrong. There, that's good. Okay, get the boilers in. Get Them little bits of pipe in. Get these bits of pipe in too, I guess. The pump there. It's water. Let's get the engines put in. Inserters. Run the belt the other way on this one. The last one's going to be the random burner inserter we got. And we can just continue this line up the top here. Not sure how far over to put it though. I guess the maximum it can be at this point is 4, so imagine there's 4 of them. They'll come like that. Would be like that. So we'll space it out. At least until we build the next one. Okay, good. Potential for 119 megawatts, just over half of that. So it will need expanding more to increase output by a meaningful amount. I want to put out the other, well, these 10 to begin with. At least the 30 there, then I'd like to do another 30. Third line. Just to be sure we're getting enough coal down here for the power. That isn't the problem at any point. Using one on the end there. Trying it at the top. One's good. That means moving all these over again. That was going to be that one, that was going to be that one, that's going to be a new one. Splitters at each stop. Like that. Good, that's a more stable supply there. Should prevent another blackout happening any point soon. Next job is getting another smelting cell connected, so we need the steel furnaces to do that. Need some more inserters. Everything else should be okay. Good idea to take a little break before we do that, as I've only taken one so far today. We're 6 hours in, and that is not the healthiest thing to do. Let me just clear up where this coal got into the mix again down here. Solve that into these. Come over here and remember what we're doing. Get the bits together. Still got enough of them there. Still got a bunch of them there. Power poles we're short on. The smaller ones, so I guess I'll just use the bigger ones when we run out, because we made a whole bunch of them. Got to put a radar down in the power generation. Never mind. Oops. Don't need pipes anymore for a while. Put them away. Keep the drills on hand just in case, but get rid of the pumps. And storage tanks. And random wood. Good, okay. So yeah, we'll We'll connect up another supply of copper and tidy up how that gets fed in to make sure that's right when I'm back from break, and then probably look at putting another production cell into place and getting the materials to feed that and repeat in order to increase our production, which is currently at 3.6k a minute, 36k in 10 minutes, 155k in the past hour. Which, like I say, not a huge number really, but still, you know, bigger than we were doing, getting us faster to the target than before we started trying to. So yeah, just 3 or 4 minutes, top the drink up, stretch my legs again, give the brain a little bit of a break, and then we'll come back and carry on making green circuits for another couple of hours. I'll see you all shortly. Hello everyone, I am back from the break. Let's get back to it. Let's get back to green chips. We've reached 7.5 million. Slow progress, but not that slow, I guess. Sliding back in. Man, seeing Rex on cat cam and Crumpet as well, I'm very tempted to get me a ginger cat. Not entirely sure I can commit to it yet, but they do look lovely. Best little idiot companions, yeah. I'm still obviously not in a position to commit to streaming in the long term until financially it makes sense. I have bills, pretty big bills, because I overcommitted based on my previous salary. If it becomes more stable, and I know I'm going to be home pretty much all the time, then I'd love to have a cat here with me. Really have wanted one for a while because the neighbour cats are a real pain, and I'd like my own to scare them off. Among other things, reasons. But yeah, if I have to return to like office work, I don't particularly want cat to be here all the time on its own. House cat's less stressful. Yeah, maybe more work, but less to worry about. And from what I hear from a lot of people, like essentially pet insurance is a scam, and you just need to hold on to enough money to be able to pay for emergency surgery, just in case, rather than like insurance, which is not good. Because I don't have that money, basically, at the moment. Absolutely not want to have a pet cat I couldn't properly take care of. We'll add it to the list of things I want but can't quite afford yet, with the air conditioning and the new chair that won't kill my legs. Mum's cats are indoors. They work 9 to 5 and they're fine. There are cats though, right? More than one. Which, you know, I guess that it is an option. It's just more cost. I don't know, you know, some cats would be chill with it, obviously. But I don't know, it's like if I'm spending a third of your life asleep, a third of my life in the office, then I've only got a third of my life with the cat. It's not really worth it. Might be more disappointing than anything. Let's feed the coal line over. And bring that spare copper in. Just one extra copper, at least. Let's go plug this in and look at how we feed things down. I'm curious about it, actually. balancing the lines, because it's the changes to the splitters are new to me. So what I would previously have done is have 4 lines, do a 4-lane balancer, pull off, do another 4-lane balancer, and on they go. Or, you know, big balancers. This thing you do where you just prioritise left and have a whole row of them is new. And, you know, simple and great that they put it in the game. Means I'm not entirely understanding of how it works. So at this point we've got, at this point before here, 3 empty lines, 3 full ones, because we've had 3 lines pulled off. So if we don't do this, we keep going with this one. Same here, don't bring it in yet. That takes the 4th line off, that takes the 5th line off. This takes the 6th line off. Should find there's no copper coming after this, or not a lot at least. Yeah, there's the line coming in and it will go out up there. So it's my belief that we have, after this point, 5/5 of a belt spread across all these. So if we add in an extra set of splitters here, and prioritising left, we should get a full belt on the inside. Which we don't, but it's not far off. And some of them are trickling through here. That is unexpected. I suppose you have that thing where 2 belts run together, where the goods kind of nudge them apart in order to fit into the gaps. I reckon those little gaps we're seeing should be filled by these, but the splitters can't force them in. Can't input priority to make a difference to that. Could perhaps do it again to see if it happens. With priority. Kind of. Still a few trickle through. So unless we go back to the idea of just having entirely splitters that prioritise left, don't think that's as viable. I suppose what we could do. So at this point, I think there is a full belt of copper left, and perhaps there is more, but statistically it's insignificant to us. We cut the lines. Not there. That'll cause a backlog. We need the extra one. We want to cut the lines after the extra one. That forces them all to the inside. They can't run out on the others, and that plugs the little gaps and you get a full line. Thrilling. So that is worthwhile because we know we're only pulling 4/5 off. These splitters then become irrelevant. That one too. That one's still worthy, but then it's unnecessary after it. Unless there is a fractional amount left, like, yeah, that's prioritising left with a full belt, so the fractional amount that is surplus, because it's not 4/5, it's 41/50 or whatever. We still want that, even though it is difficult to juggle statistically. So having rebalanced like that, we're maximising the supply, apart from in the last line where we know we need one of these 3 extras. What we can do now is feed them into the empty lines. That becomes that line. That becomes that line. And ideally we bring 2 more to fill in the other line, so I'll leave them empty, ready to bring them 2 over when we can plug that in. then when they reach this point, they're merged in, and the full belt will head up north. So it means we've got 2 whole copper belts unused. We can create 2 new cells to use them. Though I don't believe we've got sufficient iron to be doing that. Particularly matter. Might as well bring the 6th iron line over. Add it into the mix. Maybe. And we've got it. It's right there, so why don't we? Got 2 more. So that's going to get complicated. What we can only fit 1 more iron here. So this next iron, oh, and this one, and the one we're ultimately going to plug in the middle there, need to go the other side of here. So why don't we leave 6 copper, gap for a power pole, and then this will be iron. I don't think we need them right now, but I'm going to line them up at this end, ready. One of them isn't even getting iron ore in, so we would need to sort that out first, I suppose. Plenty of belt for a while. Spare irons, we can make more, I guess. Bring them up to this point, I guess, like at the start of where the production starts. They're ready to use when we need them. We spot the difference is it's not pulling 4/5 of a line here, it's pulling 2/5. So it's 1.5. It's 1.5 split over 2, so it's 4/5 of 3/4. Which is 3/5. Yeah, of course, that makes sense. So that there is 2/5 of a belt. Those together are 4/5 of a belt. Those are 6/5 of a belt. 8. And you'll end up with 10/5 at the end, which we can hopefully use this system to mash down into 2 full belts. But we're not at that point yet. There's like a backlog up here. Things aren't burning through that quickly enough to matter. I would really like to set up 2 more cells. We have the copper for 1, so we'll need 2 more copper lines ultimately, but I'd like to plug them into the last gaps on the storage grid, and then the system can be left while AFK and will ultimately fill all of those in and ultimately get the achievement, even if some rebalancing might be desired. So let's start with one more cell. We're ready for that one. Then we'll look at the second one in a while. It's going to go there. I've got most things on me, I think. Some things I don't need, but most of what I do need I have. Let's get this placed out as well. Those are the outputs. They should face that way. Those are inputs. The other blue ones are too, yeah. Red ones, I don't have any long-handled inserters on me. Okay, let's go grab them. Put some of the stuff we don't need away for now. Maybe some more undergrounds, just in case. I think we got just enough, but some more wouldn't hurt. Bunch of them. Just grab a couple more of them to have them. And yeah, let's go here, can't they? Drills and furnaces. Radars. Next time we need power, if I remember, we'll put a radar out there, but I don't think I'm going to remember. That's fine. So yeah, those are outputs. Those are inputs. So the inserters, so do the splitters next. Okay, undergrounds. And it's just the belt to do. I think we do have enough to connect it all up. Guess we'll find out. We've still got chests full. Or at least a chest full, so it's no big deal. Each cell that we build is slightly further from the chest storage, so requires a bit more belt each time. So the belt within it. Let's connect the inputs first, then we'll do the outputs. So that's another copper. Because in theory we don't really need all three belts and all three splitters, because we know it's only the first one that's coming off and a little overflow from it. We could do the bus very differently to reduce the amount of belt and splitters being used, but I think it's perhaps just a bit too complicated for me. That's... Oh, we're still missing an iron one there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ah, so one of them could have... What did I do with that there? It's there. Okay, so it is ready to bring over. That's fine. There's the copper. Here's the iron. Interesting, that'll be a problem, the way that lines up if we add the extra line trying to split it. We'll deal with that when we need to deal with that. this one another copper. Good. Try and connect the output up then. Gaps are different. Why is that? Oh, because of the power pole. Okay, so we do need to line this up from this end. Get these trees out of the way anyway, on the way over. That cell's going to plug into these two. There we go. All looking good. Weirdest factory ever. Just a whole bunch of green chips come out of it. Cool. And then we burn 22 megawatts moving those chips around. The end is filling in slowly, very slowly. So one more cell would be nice to put in. So I really want to connect in 2 more smelting cells of copper next. Still do kind of want a way of moving them from down here to up here just to prevent a backlog. I won't stress it. When it comes to the last chests on the right, I can stand there and manually juggle things to keep them flowing. Okay, if we're making another smelting cell, I'm going to need the furnaces. I'm going to need the drills. I'm going to need to make 30 more drills. See, there we go. That's 39 steel furnaces. We need 6, 8, 10, 12, 24 in a cell. We need 48. So we need another 9 steel furnaces. I got some power poles used, got the inserters, a bit more belt would be a good idea. A few more undergrounds. Should be good. Okay, 2 more. Let's build the actual smelting section first, then we'll head out and connect up some more mine. Try and connect an extra iron in there at some point, don't we? Which we can probably tap there. So that one won't be too bad. Okay, so I'm going to copy all that. Line it up on the front there. Twice. Power poles first, got a couple of little ones still, then we'll use big ones again. It's a bit haphazard, but no big deal. To 7.6 million. Extra 9 we need at the back of the production queue, so I'm going to run out and then have to come back to that. Do some inserters while we wait. 10 more drills to make and then we'll get these furnaces. Do the belts while we wait as well. Don't have to do them first. I might get all the belt in before they're ready. Close one. Yeah, the drills are so slow to make. Almost there. We'll have them in a second. Okay, so those two are ready to smelt. Bring the coal over because that's easy, it's right here. These should be prioritising left as well. None of them are. Okay, we'll leave it because I haven't done it so far. Okay, then yeah, let's go find some more copper to bring over. Might not run it all the way to the right just to cut it left again this time. We'll cut them down here. Get these trees out of the way, ready for that. Okay, so it's 15, so if we do that we've got exactly 30, which is a full belt. It's a little over a full belt because we did some mining efficiency research at some point. Nothing better to do. Starting one higher needs to finish one higher. Could be 2 rows of 30. Could use up all the drills we made. Yep. Send them away under here. Oh, I've gone too far already. That one is there. That one is there. They are connected. That will start smelting when they get here. So let's deal with their outputs. We go on the end of these. Space there for 3 more, so 2 is fine. We've got enough belt to make it all the way, we'll see. We should bring that other iron with me when we reach it. Move it up to the front where the others are. run out of belt. Let's grab some more. Onto our last chest of belt. Oh yes, let's send it where we've ended those until we need it. Leave that there. These ones we do need, or are about to need. Let's bring them all the way in. They can cut in here with the other ones. They're already splitting off nicely there. But that's 2 whole new lines. That means we can put 2 whole inputs, 1 production cell. How far have we reached? We've reached... That's the landfill we did. So we launched the rocket around... just beyond it, right? No, because there's the end of the line. Around that radar, must have been. So yeah, we've rebuilt the same size as the base was for the previous achievement. But it's still like a fraction of the speed we would need to get this in any kind of pace. Now we need more machines, let's go get them. Anything else we might run short of? No, I should have enough of everything there. Maybe more belt, but I think that'll be okay. Grab the rest anyway. Got room for it in the inventory for now, for this job. Insert is put in. Those are inputs, yes. Of course. Those are 2. Those are the cable outputs. Iron input. Those are outputs here. Even having built the same thing like 6 times in a row now. Still have to focus in order to understand how it fits together. Almost there. Okay, just the output of the middle now, and then plugging it in. Okay, let's come down here. So yeah, it doesn't look like there's enough iron there. We need to look at that iron, get it balanced right. Let's plug these in first and then we'll do it. So copper here. This one's iron, that one's iron. That one is copper. Okay, let's connect up the output to the chests. Then we'll come look at the iron input and what we need to do there. That's a big patch of copper. We move the power, that provides us a space here. If we move those iron lines back over in a neater fashion to spread the chests upwards, put in another row where we can input stuff, take the ones off the end and move them up. Can keep going. We just in each case need to connect up 60 copper mines first, 2 new smelting cells, so on and so on. Bit repetitive for my taste. Okay, that's plugged in. So the last ones we've already built, so left running how it is, we'll get to the 20 million. I mean, we can work out when, but in a long time. Need to sort out this iron input to maximise what we're doing. Then we can look at the stats and see what the deal is. Let me bring that 6th line over first, then we'll try and do the math that I was halfway through before. So each point it pulls off, we've got an underground. So we do one there. Before sending it under, does it achieve the same thing? It does. In this specific spot, it does nothing, so it achieves nothing, and it isn't supposed to. So, yeah, it does nothing, and is supposed to do nothing until the line next to it is empty. Really. Having this many splitters is excessive and unnecessary. It looks pretty, kind of, so I'm going to keep doing it. go. That's as far as we've developed so far. So let's come back and work it out. At some point I'm expecting to have 10/5 remaining on belts. At this point, on the maths already. 3/5? No. What was it? It was 3/4 of. Yeah. It's already 3/5 are taken away. 2/5 remain. That's 2/5, and that is also 2/5. So here we've got 6/5 on those 3 lines. We could combine them down by putting in an extra set of splitters. Don't have enough splitters. Luckily they're nearby. Doesn't need to. Actually, it doesn't need to cover more than those 3, I guess. All we're doing is prioritise left and cut off what's after them. Forces. Well, that's not right, is it? Because that's 6/5. We also want the other 5th to come forward. So we do that and cut off the last one. End up with a full belt and 1/5. Which I feel is not the neatest way of doing this. At this point it's 6/5. Here it's 8/5. So over here it's 10/5. At this point we combine down, not from the outer lane, that's a full one that we haven't touched yet, statistically. That's pushing them down to that lane, and we cut off something. Then a short ways later do it again but without that lane. So because it can't force them all, but at this point it should turn it into 2. At this point that one should be unnecessary because it's forcing all them in. Seems to be unfavouring. It's got one side that is favoured against the other side, which is always a pain to balance, and is like causing a specific backlog maybe. I don't think there's any point in the runs where we balance the sides of the belt, and therefore it's that's never going to sort itself no matter how far back it backlogs. Two full belts of output makes sense. That one's not quite full. That's the issue I have with that situation. That's not quite full. Not a problem we're getting down here. Should we do it earlier as well? I'm not happy with how that's backlogging. That's not right. So let's not have that like that. I could just have a whole bunch of ones like that push them in at this point, such as it is. At this point, 3/5 of that belt go up that way. 2/5 of it proceed along with 2 full belts. Not sure we've got enough iron here on 6 belts. Currently using 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 copper belts. Then we should have 11 divided by 2 times 1.5, 8.25. So we're short of like 3 iron belts that are necessary. What we should do is at this point we've got a whole belt and a 5th. Let's force that into existence by cutting that. Those are a whole belt and a 5th. Then a whole belt, and so yes, that line is also unnecessary. It moves out. But by this point you've got, say, belt and a fifth, belt and 3/5, 2 belts. I think you can do before this point, but at this point you can cut them. Need to prioritise to get that to, yeah, squish together, though it all appears on that side again. There is a flaw further back causing that. Yeah, it's because these grab. Oh no, it should be the other side then. They're grabbing from the near side. That one's grabbing from the far side. That should balance. Interesting. Because of the different sides of the belt. The left side and the right side. Side and right side, it should balance. But, you know, it doesn't. There you go. What can you do? At this point I'm expecting 2 full belts, and I'm not getting 2 full belts. Is that for a reason? 3 have pulled off. And we've got 3 there, so 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I would expect 2 full belts. We're not getting it. Could be we need to balance the sides of the belts somewhere. I mean, they're full here, so the problem is the 2/5 that are left over here are all on the same side. So can we simply balance this one here evenly? I get the same on this one. Yeah. We just need to do that every now and then, everywhere. That one needs to go the other way. Like that. This one needs to do that. Makes the bus a bit messy, but I don't know. I believe it's improving as far as I know how the systems work. Still not 2 full belts there. Backlog is forming on that side. God. Spaghetti, yeah, spaghetti time. It's somewhat moot. I guess. Yeah. Do that there. Then we need to do it here. Oh no, that pushes through there. We need to do it here. They can be cut. But it just can't. We've got a belt and a half when we should have 2 full belts. What I do know is that at this point we can put the 3 new belts in, so it's around the same point that the copper enters in. Which is wrong. Yeah, it should be after the copper cuts in, I guess. Although we're cutting 5 copper and we're only cutting 3 iron in, so it is different. And yeah, this is all not good, and as far as I'm aware shouldn't be happening. Sure, I'm just not sure if it's right or balanced right. Well, I We could cut the 3 in and then see if everything's supplied okay. 3's more than we need, so it should be good. Can move these over. That point, that can go there, and we can move them all down one. Move the outside line. And in theory cut 1 in. Might as well. And then that one's going off. I'm not sure about that. I wonder if that's supposed to be flowing. I think it is. Still doesn't fill that in. I think I may have just got the maths wrong. No, because that's making the outside incomplete, which it wasn't before, but it does make a point that we can cut that one. Autocells just, yeah, just throw more iron at it, then it won't matter. Doesn't look to change anything. Let's bring these irons up. Well, one of the irons isn't ready, so let's do that first and foremost. 30 more drills. Get that plugged in, then we'll start plugging those into the bus, and that'll be about it. We're 7 hours in, and we have breached 7.7 million, but yeah, 4.6k I'm in. Nowhere near what was required to get it done in this stream, which is, yeah, just an insane amount would be needed. I would never do it on vanilla. I mean, we will do this achievement on vanilla by just leaving it for a long amount of time. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10. 16 can go there. That will be 30, so that's how we will have them. No more random dead ones that I can see worth fixing at the moment. These two are going to join together. One extra line comes out, so yeah, we just need the actual drills to replace those ghosts, and there we go. Oh, that's fine, the underground made it. Do feel like moving these over now. No need for them to be going that far away anymore. More drills to make, and then we can go fill those ghosts in. Let's connect these up now they've run past. That one's going to go there. This one's going to come onto a new line. Strip these unneeded bits about out of the way, just in case I decide to carry on and extend our whatever the hell you call this monstrosity of chests and inserters. Okay, that's all crafted. Let's go plug them in and then plug that into the smelting, which is ready for it, I think. I just need to clear out some of the iron in the inputs. It's power. Fine, we've got headway. At the moment. Okay. Where is it going? This one over here. Oh, and that one's... What? That one's not got an input. Ah, oh dear. Okay, I'm going to move that over to go in here. We may need to find another 30 drills. Space for another 30 drills. Let's start crafting them just in case. Uh, 20, 25, 30. Okay, so the leftmost is plugged in there. Next one's going to go there. Next one coming here. It's going in there. Down one more. Yeah, we need another one. Okay, what have we got? I think we'll fit another 30 in that gap. Maybe. Or in there. Oof. Don't like the look of that one. Or we pull it from over here. Is possibly better. Let's give that a go. The power line over here. Needs to go on that corner. Just move it up here to make it easier. Come around that lump like that. It's alright. Could run and get some landfill, but no big deal. Pick this up while we're here. We need to go above this line on the way back. It's not right. Okay. Might need another row. Easier to line these up if I have a ghost, I think. Okay, and then drills. Still crafting, but we can get started. 2, 3, 4, 5. It's 10. If we do that 3 times on here, it'll be good. Probably fit alright. When we get them, and then that's where they're gonna roll. 5 more to build. It's going to go out this way. Down next to its friend. There's quite a few filling in now. Why are those 2 inputs not? I thought we'd plugged something into everything. We have. Oh, because they're not getting iron. Yeah, that's possibly related to me fiddling around and making it worse. Okay, that's connected up. Now we need to, connect those 3 extra iron smelting thingies. Yeah, inside one's empty at the moment. That's fine. We're fixing it. Yes, need to see how that one's a bit empty. The output. Just need to check if some are still configured to do steel because they've got iron in their inputs. Just flush those out so they can switch to smelting iron. Happens because you need 5 iron to make a steel, so they can be left with a partial quantity when I take the input away. That's better. The point where we know an entire belt has been taken away, we can feed 1 in. We know an entire belt has been taken away after 2 have been taken. Each belt is 3/5, so every 2 leaves an empty one, which we managed to achieve here, although balancing is all over the place because I don't really know what's going on there. We could feed a new one in here. 2 more are taken. We're supposed to be able to feed 2 new ones in here. Okay. So if I do another splitter there, cut that, it's supposed to be okay. Then we're going to try and get 2 lines of iron in over here somehow. There's an empty line there then. Oh, that's because we're not inputting the correct amount. I'm uncertain about this, so I'm going to leave that 1 connected. We're going to try and plug 1 iron in here. The other one's further along. Oh, somehow lined them up wrong. So that whole line is going to feed into the system there. Those two. So after these 2 we definitely can feed another one in. That outside line is going to get fed in here. That's going to get cut. I'm going to try and get in there. Bit close, might move that a little. So, supposed to be okay. Bit of guesswork going on here. We'll just see how it runs afterwards, basically. That one's going in there, then 1, 2. The next one can go in here, which, like, obviously, because it's like dead at the moment. Let's try and get it in here. Just enough undergrounds to do it, so we can just cut that, connect it there. And hope that's okay. Bit skeptical. Maybe worth just undoing all that fiddling I did, because it doesn't seem correct. Undoing it might make it work better. Shouldn't be hurting, just messy, I guess. That one's plugged in there. So we said for 11 copper, which is what we got in total, we should have 8 1/4 iron. We've got 9. 6 on the inside, 3 on the outside. So this should be the right balance. Whether it's evenly spread across everything, I don't know. Could affect it, possibly. In any case, iron is reaching the end now when it wasn't before. I think this imbalance between the sides of the belts is bad for it. If that makes it all the way back to the smelting, you'll end up with a row of smelters not doing anything and a row doing all the work. It doesn't appear to be happening. No backlog that leads up the side of one of these, so it's not making it all the way back here. Could be okay then. There we are. Iron is sufficiently supplied everywhere at present. Everything should ramp up. Power's good for what we've done, and probably maybe 1, possibly 2 more cells. If we did them. Which I'm not going to, but just saying. So until one of the resource patches dries up, which could happen around the fringes and reduce throughput, but isn't going to happen. 100 million copper, 20 million iron, and so on. It'll keep making green chips. We give it a couple minutes, we'll be able to look at statistically what it's now producing with what is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cells. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cells. Did think we might get more put in, but having to also expand the mining and the power supply slows things down. We can't just keep building the same thing over and over. Done good though, retrofitting everything and zerging as many as we can. What are we getting? So in the last minute we made 5.5 thousand. If that were to continue for an hour, we would make 330,000, so 1/3 of a million an hour. 12 million to go. So we need to leave it running for 36 hours to get the achievement. That's with 8 million already done. So it's a base it's pretty big. It's not a mega base or anything huge, but it's quite a big base. It's the same size as a base to launch a rocket, to do the research and launch a rocket like we did for the lazy achievement. And yeah, it would take 60 hours for this base to get this achievement. It's just weird. Base is making 6.3k iron per minute. So it's very close. It's 380k an hour. So the next biggest numbers achievement is to do 400k iron an hour. Which this is very close to. One more smelting cell would do it. Just, yeah. Sounds like more base. Yeah. Yeah. Needed more power anyway. You kind of, it feels like you do, well, two approaches to get the achievement. First, I think they just set it too high to begin with, and it's ridiculous, but it is what it is. You need to build a mega base that's specifically producing green circuits to get it done in, like, I'm talking about getting it done in less than a day, because you can just, what I'm going to do, leave it for 36 hours and there you go. Yeah, bit weird. The alternative is to play multiple playthroughs. Like I said, every generic rocket launching playthrough we've done recently created 1.2 million over the course of it. So you could just play through the game 20 times and you'd get the achievement. Who wants to play through vanilla for that long? Or do the same thing that many times? It's weird. Guess we could have done more research, gone further, got robots, sped things up, but we've tapped like a huge amount of mining. Need even more rail network, I guess. Don't know what the number is, like how many rockets per minute do you need to do to get 20 million green chips being produced in a you know, 8 hours rather than 36. So imagine it being a big number. Too big for me to do in vanilla, at least. Game's amazing, even in vanilla, but when the mods are available to make it more fun, I would rather have the mods installed, to be frank. What's the number there? 10 minutes haven't run, so we haven't reached 55k yet, but crazy. There is 40 minutes left in the scheduled stream, and we're clearly not going to get to 20 million tonight. We're not even going to get to 8 million. I mean, we would if we just sat here doing nothing, because essentially I'm bored of this achievement. To be honest, I'm not interested in going out and plugging in more copper and setting up another cell that produces a fractional amount of what we need. So I'm done with playing the achievement. I'm just going to leave this going between streams or overnight someday or something like that, and eventually unlock the achievement just naturally over time. So we won't be coming back to the base of the next stream or anything like that. I'm just going to get that achievement at some point, and it's not a challenging one, so it's not really going to be interesting to watch this go. So we'll just leave it, basically. Yeah, it's not like I'm figuring anything new out, or pushing the brain or anything. It's just like sorting out the bus, which just gets tedious as it gets bigger and bigger rather than interesting. So it's repetitive. I might as well just leave it running to get the number, basically. So I'm going to drop in a save here at this point and wrap up the stream for the night a little earlier. Well, you know, around the time I usually do, I guess. This is mass production 3. Let's save that and swap out of the game. So yes, thank you very much everyone for joining me. Everyone who's popped in today, everyone who's watched or is watching this later as well, appreciate all of it. Like I always say, really does mean a lot to me. But a good one today. Lots of people lurking and chilling out. Really do appreciate you joining me. You know, you don't have to chat. Never feel like you have to chat. Appreciate you lurking. Factorio will be back next Thursday, or this coming Thursday. And we'll be starting a modded playthrough of some description. Probably a Factorio 2 space exploration run. which adds a lot more to the game. I do 16 hours of Factorio a week, and I still expect that the factory we start with those mods will take over a year to finish, so it'll be interesting whether I can survive that. But we'll attempt it, and we'll see how it goes. That's a lot of factory. Yeah. Factories on the planet and factories in space. It sounds interesting. So we're going to give it a go. And I don't stream Mondays, so I won't be in tomorrow. But we will be streaming on Tuesday, 2 PM GMT. The plan at the moment is that I'm going to do some cooperative Minecrafting with Mondo, who is, you know, a friend, been hanging out in the channel a lot. Just need to hammer out some details and get that set up and ready for Tuesday, and make sure he's available at a time that works. So we'll get that arranged and sorted out, and then I will put out my weekly schedule like I normally do, probably tomorrow morning. You'll be able to see that on Twitter or here on the schedule section of the profile on Twitch. And that, yeah, the rest of the week will be like it usually is, but Tuesday and Friday I'm still sorting things out. Friday I'm not sure. We might just do more Minecraft. I would perhaps like to sort out some other collaborative thing with someone to fill that slot, or keep it open for something ad hoc. Maybe we'll see what we come up with. You know, we'll just do what we feel like, because I'm having fun. So that's the plan for the coming week. Keep an eye out for the schedule. That'll be published shortly. Let's see who is on this late on a Sunday night that we might raid into. Not a lot of people, predictably. You're welcome, Kentor. Thank you for hanging out. Nice to have you here. I mean, the option staring me in the face is Vileda, and they're playing Fortnite, and I did tell them that I would be willing to play Fortnite with them, so maybe I should check out this stream to see what I've got myself in for if that goes ahead. Make sure I get enough A's on it. I know I'd like to raid into a wider variety of people, but I really only want to raid people I can trust, so we do raid the same people quite often. That might just be the case. Not everyone is trustworthy, but some people are good people, and we'll raid them often. Like Jazz, for example. Okay, raid is lined up. Thank you once again, everyone, for today. It's been a good one, I can tell already. And hope you all have a nice evening, and I'll see you shortly.